Okay, I think we're all good and set up for now. Hello and welcome everyone to another stream. Today I will be continuing the Norm Emissary that I've been working on for a little bit. I figured I'd continue because it is Tuesday and I wanted to work on some Tyranids, so I'm doing Tyranid Tuesday. I don't know if that's an actual thing or not, but that is what I'm working on today. Hopefully we can get the rest of the Carapace done. And then I'm going to try working on the skin to get it to a more teal color. At least that's what I'm going to be working on, or turquoise. I'm slightly basing these guys off of High Fleet Ouroboros, but also, instead of a black carapace, I want to do a more woody brown carapace. So, yeah, let's get going on this. I do. I hope everyone's having a good week so far. Everyone's had a good weekend and enjoyed themselves. Just trying to make sure I get this brush working well. Let's see, now I gotta mix up the... Actually, did I do this all in oak brown or burgundy before? I think I did this all in the burgundy. So that's what we'll continue with. No, not burgundy. I did this in oak brown. Let's see. Silver says my translucent purple flesh bits and... Oh, they got purpley flesh bits in blue. It's a nice color scheme. I like that. I do apologize about the fan background noise. I know it's probably not noticeable until I say anything, but it is warm as hell where I am right now. I got lucky this weekend with it being cool, but now this week it is back to being warm and not enjoying the heat. But it's better than the cold. Different brown than initially used. Did I mix the oak and burgundy brown together? I think I did. Just gonna give that a quick shake. Just do one drop of that. Try not to spill my paint water here. I filled it up a little too much today. Okay. To the side. This might be the more color I wanted. I know I'm covering all this contrast paint that I spent one stream putting it on, but I planned on using the contrast paint as a guide more than anything on where I wanted colors to be lighter and have some dark shadows, only if I needed. So it was never meant to be the final color, but a good guideline. Used and abused quite a bit. Taking some measurements of different models today because I want to try kit bashing, or not kit bashing, but I want to make my own custom Hive Tyrant, and I thought about using some parts from the Norm Emissary and Assimilator kit and mixing it with like the Hive Tyrant, but from what I can gather on the like sprue that I have and all the other bits, the Emissary and Assimilator are much larger than the actual Hive Tyrant stuff. So I'm gonna have to figure out some sort of either sculpting with some green stuff or some other extra bits to kind of use for this guy. I think I'll definitely still use the like Assimilator's body and head if I was to do it. I just thought about giving him some like wings or something like that. Been interested in trying to learn more about the Octarius War. Yeah, I'm thinking about getting into the Octarius War series just to learn more about like the Tyranids and all that stuff. And here are some of the bioforms that they've supposedly made during those battles. Shut that. One sec. Dog's gonna be loud because my roommates and stuff are coming back. So they're all gonna be excited. Switch from that one to a different one. I think this one will look a little bit better. I had to say for like my Tyranids, what I'd want as my final goal model to be is my own custom Hive Tyrant. Is what I'd want to do. No, not Hive Tyrant. Yeah, Hive Tyrant is like what the Swarm Lord is and all that. I'm thinking of Biotitan. I want my own custom Biotitan. That would be, I think, much. I don't know, I think it'd be kind of cool to have my own little custom one. Is the paint not actually coming on the brush? No, it wasn't for a moment. Should I even do this darker brown, or should I just move it to a lighter brown? I think I need to move up to a lighter brown. This one and this paint. I was using, let's see, one part of Aguilera Inferno to one part Oak Brown. That's a nice good mix. Okay. This. Oh, alright. That's starting to be good. We're trying to look good. I completely forgot to put up chat. That's on me. Okay. So messing around with the like Warhammer army app thing, trying to figure out how many points this guy is, and I kind of wanted to build a little army around using this guy and some other little guys. I don't know. I guess what I'm kind of thinking for an army is like I want this to be like the distraction guy. I mean, obviously he'll go after either certain objectives I want or try to kill my opponent's certain targets. Not targets, units. Because he's meant to be like a character assassination guy, from what I understand. At least like reading the Leviathan book again, or I'm reading the Leviathan book again, and listening to how it interacts with the other characters in the story. And kind of using that as a guide on how I should play the model. I mean, I'm going to play him however I want to play him, but just kind of thinking what I want to do. I think I want to use this guy with like leader guy for the army is going to be like the Reaver Prime, and I'll have like a unit of Reavers, or the Kill Team Reaver unit made up, and then I probably also going to go with like I want to use a Death Leaper. I have one. Or a Lictor. I have a Neurolictor, but I might just go with a regular Lictor. And probably 2 squads of like Hormagaunts, which are like my favorite unit. Just the little guys with blades for hands. They're my favorite. They're one of my favorite Tyranid units. This guy and his counterpart kind of share like the same like coolness factor for me. On like, oh, these are models that I kind of want to run and use. I know using this guy and his other counterparts like 500 points, so I have to choose use one or the other. Or maybe in bigger point games I'll run with both. Even though I know Tyranids all are a hive mind, but how many Hormagaunts are in a squad? 10. 10 are in a squad. 2 would be 20. Obviously, I could do a 20 unit squad for 130 points. And like a 1 unit is 65. I mean, out of all the Tyranid battle line units, they're the most expensive, but they're only melee. I feel like I play a really melee-focused Tyranid army, although I do have a shooting unit I like. I haven't built any yet. It's like the Pyrovore. I'm trying to think of like his other counterpart that he can be. Kind of just thinking, so Dorsal just said I got a Dreadnought to work on Thursday when I finally have when I have some days off. I love Dreadnoughts personally. When I play Space Marines, they are some of my favorite units. I have 2. No, I have 3. I have 3, but I can build more. I have 2 Redemptor Dreadnoughts and a Ballistus Dreadnought. No, not Ballistus, Brutalis. Brutalis is my favorite Dreadnought out of all of them. They have... Well, if it didn't fail after I left. You mean like your... little build, like your Dreadnought, like fell off the shelf after you left? Or are you saying like, because like the model like fell off of like usefulness on the tabletop? Also, I just realized in chat the number 2 is blocked out by a square. I didn't realize it was just blocked out. Oh, your printer. I forget that you don't buy like from GW a lot of doors though. You buy like, or you 3D print all your models, which is honestly smarter and cheaper in the long run. You missed it earlier. No, I was saying I want to, or I was So yesterday I went to my hobby store, and I know how I said in a couple streams that I want to build this guy's variant. I went and I bought another one of these guys, and I'm going to build him as the Assimilator, but I'm going to magnetize him. Because I want to kit bash him with my Hive Tyrant. I mean, I want to add magnets to both the Hive Tyrant and the Assimilator guy, so I can like run him as a normal Assimilator. But if I kind of like, I want my own custom Hive Tyrant, but I didn't realize the size comparison between this model and the Hive Tyrant. Yeah, the Assimilator looks really cool. I want to take the body and head of the Assimilator, so like this body, but not this head, because I think the Assimilator's head, it forks out on the side, and I want to make that be the body of my Hive Tyrant, and I want to put wings in, so I might like drill some holes here for the wing parts and give him like 4 arms in the front and make him be either a flying swarm lord or give him like a gun as well. Earlier you said I have the Leviathan set and that's about it. From what I've seen with the Leviathan set, that's honestly like enough. Like that seems to be a good army to begin with for people, was the Leviathan box set. Between like buying it for yourself and maybe a buddy that wants to play Tyranids. But the biggest thing, like I said, with the Hive Tyrant model compared to the Simulator, I could cut them out, but I'm not going to, is their size. They are a very large size difference between the two. So I have to... I'm probably going to do some green stuff. Sculpting and all that, which I got some actual sculpting tools to do that with. A couple other things. But yeah, when I am building that guy currently. I started to, and then I realized, ooh, I should probably film it for myself. But I started building him, and I'm going to do him sub-assembly. Oh, you have Indominus. Yes. Yeah, Indominus is the Necrons versus Space Marines. It's not bad. That's not a bad set either from what I saw. I don't have either one of those sets, nor do I think I would want. There's like only one model from the Leviathan set that I would grab, and that's the Screamer Killer. But I think I would just want a Carnifex instead. Just buy myself a Carnifex model and go with that. I have one actually sitting in my GW shopping list, but I don't want to buy anything from the website just because it's going to be so damn expensive when I do it that way. And you have to make it expensive, if not you pay more in shipping. I bought things once off of GW's website, and I just didn't want to wait. Yeah, the only things I bought off the website was the Lion and a few other models back when I first started, and I was so excited. I hated that I had to wait for it. I think that just kind of made my brain of like, if I can buy it physically, I'm going to buy it physically. I also know this week I did not post a stream schedule. I'm still figuring it out, but I think this week is going to be special. We're going to get 3 streams this week. We're going to do Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday because I can't do Saturday. So we're going to get a back-to-back stream. I'm probably also going to make one of those be a gaming stream, which is, I know, not everyone's forte here, but figured it'd be a good switch up. At some point I should really do the brains. Why is that trying so fast? think my goal for tonight is to get the entire armor or carapace done. I think I'll get it done and then work on the body tonight. That's kind of my goal for this. Dorso says, not gonna lie, finding sci-fi gang models is kind of hard. Yeah. That I haven't looked much on Etsy and stuff like that to see like what they have, but that's just okay. How do I want to word this? I think that's when you have to get good at converting and kit bashing models to get what you want done. Because I think you could take some gangers from the Fallout board game and maybe mix them with like some 3D printed stuff that looks like more sci-fi stuff, but Doors also says kind of wanted to build a Hive World gang for encounters. Oh, for like your one-page rule stuff? That'd be cool. I don't know the prices on them, but if you're looking, if you don't want to try kit bashing or trying to 3D print something, I know Warhammer has a game system called Necromunda, and they have a lot of different unique models that are like supposed to take place in a hive world, and that's how you can. They got some interesting like gang models is what I would say. Like if you wanted like a sci-fi ganger model, they got some interesting ones there. I don't know their price. Obviously it's GW. Their prices are going to be way more than what you should pay for models. But if you found some like online or something, he says, I only have heads, not any bodies, but I'm looking. I'm trying to think what else you could use that you could find. What other particular models could you use? I just keep thinking like, if it's Etsy or you're like finding 3D printable bodies, maybe you just get yourself like a basic body and then just add some like 3D bits, like I was saying earlier, or add like little bits of wire to them and stuff, and that will make you a more sci-fi looking model. One thought. Oh, so your first mission, you need fleeing civilians, and that's the same issue. I wonder if you could use like any D&D models for kind of like what you're thinking of. I mean, that'd be cheaper, and those come in small bits. Well, no, some are just the straight statue parts, but maybe that could be like some of your civilians that you're looking for. I don't know if size is like a big thing that you worry about and all that, but I'm trying hard to keep the model on screen. Hopefully I don't lean too far forward. It is so warm in this room that my wet palette is actually drying out faster than I can keep the paints on. Hey Hannibal, I am doing well. I hope you had a good weekend. Hopefully everything went well with the family. Hannibal says, I'm getting there. I already have like 4 plates full of stuff needing primed. Lots of worn, but I have 6 days off. So, yeah, hey, if you got yourself that time, use that time to like get some projects you want done. Do, 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 do. Get this first base layer paint done. I might turn one of the 3 streams I do this week into like an actual crafting stream. I started working on some other parts for the Inquisitor cosplay I want to do. I have a few options on items. Some easy stuff that I've already started. One of those being like one of those incense burning balls. I kind of made one real quick. I'll grab it for a sec. So I went to like a craft store called Michael's where I'm from, and I got like a really nice chain. So I found this tea infuser here, and I should do some other stuff, but it can open up. Figured I'd put like one of those cones of incense in there, and then I got this chain I can hang on, and that will. I'll burn some incense, have some smoke go around. Finally have them probably bless the machine god a little bit while I'm going around. And I had some older looking paper, and I cut it into simple strips that I need to do some writing on for some purity seals, but I'm going to do some out of cloth and do it that way. What am I going to say? Was at a giant rave party, Rave the Planet, 20,000 visitors. It was fun, loud crowd, and it rained. Now I'm sick, but I don't regret anything. Hell yeah, man. That sounds like an awesome time. That's the kind of stuff that you're going to look back on when you're older and be like, I did this, and I enjoy doing that. That's the kind of stuff when you're still like young, and young to me is like, yes. So that's what I was going to do with the paper, was soak it in coffee and do the same with the cloth. I figured I'd do 2 types because I'm not sure if the purity seals are like pure paper. In the Warhammer lore, all the like book paper, most of it, and the purity seals are made of a material called vellum. So trying to figure out if it's got the stiffness of paper or more fluidity in like cloth. Either way, I'm going to write on them using some of these pens. I think these are the fine tip ones. I have like a thicker tip one. And yeah, soak them in coffee or tea or some other stuff. Try to get them really vintage looking. And then I was gonna carve a rubber stamp into like some simple shapes, or like a skull shape or something else from like the Imperium. But I might leave them blank because unless you're gonna look up close to it, I don't think they need to be like this big thing. No, I'm not going to do that for sanitary reasons. I'm not going to write it in my own blood. I'm not a worshiper of chaos here. Although I just realized my paintbrush does have a red tip, so maybe I'll do that. I got so like when I went to my first Warhammer tournament, my enemy's blood. We're still in the chaos realm here. That is still a chaos thing, but maybe in Xenos blood, in the blood of a alien race. But I was saying, like, in my first Warhammer tournament that I ever joined, during like my last game, I met this really nice guy who was playing Nurgle. Or he was playing Death Guard. He was playing like a very just they're a gross army, is how I would say. Their models are supposed to look gross. Well, he made these purity seals. I don't think I have it anywhere on my desk at the moment, but he made like a custom seal with like the symbol for like Nurgle's chaos, and then like wrote like death, 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 and had like a little bit of blood and other stuff on it. It was really cool, and I appreciate that he gave me that. He gave one to like every guy he played against, or every opponent he played against, and a really nice guy. I haven't been to any of those tournaments in like quite a few months. I probably should go again at some point, but I could do it in Heretic Blood as well. I could do that. I don't know. Is there like a big health concern if you write in blood? Is there some sort of special way you're supposed to do it with like ink and blood mixed together? Like, does it affect the ink at all, really? Because I think in history it has been done before. Seen a box set I thought was pretty cool. Imperial Agents, might look for it. Imperial Agents are cool. Yes. Yep. It was the. I'm thinking because they started as a kill team thing and then they came out as their own one. Imperial Agents I like a lot, and it is a kill team I want to get. But all their models are just different and like unique in their own way. That I'm like, I don't really have an army that they could work for, like in the big game. And I already have enough kill teams as it is. But there's one model I want from the box. Or there's two models I want. I want the Interrogator from the box, and I want the hooded head. There's a couple models that have like a hood head on them, and I want to take the Interrogator's body and put like the hood head on it and kind of make my own Inquisitor that way with it. Oh God, maybe what I could do is after I got the Inquisitor cosplay done, I can make a Inquisitor model that looks like the cosplay, and then I could use it on the tabletop. God, why are all the numbers kind of blocked out of my chat? They're not supposed to be. Doesn't matter. It's a little thing. But I hope everyone else has had a good weekend, is what I'll say again. I had a nice weekend. My grandfather on my mom's side we celebrated his birthday. That was a nice little family gathering for a little bit. And then, obviously, I talked with some of you guys here on Saturday, which we got most of this guy done, but haven't really done anything too crazy the past couple weekends. So I think this weekend is going to be rambunctious, is how I feel. Do people still use the word rambunctious? It feels like such an old person word. I think when I stream... Oh, quick question. I think that's a question for Dorzo, but I believe the answer is yes. You still have to prime it, though, with like a prime paint. So like the rattle cans of black or white or stuff like that. You still have to do that. What did Dorzo say? I'm stuck in a loop. Work so much. I want to do something, but vacation is in 16 days, so I don't want to do stuff to save money. That is fair enough. I get that way too. I always want to like buy something big or large before I go on vacation, and I have to stop myself so that I still have that money to spend while on vacation. Yeah, I think it depends on like your models and stuff like that. Like I know people have painted Warhammer models and other 3D printed stuff like straight as they're gray. It's just the paint doesn't hold as well as why you prime them, is what I understand. Yes. Yeah, if it's like if it says like a primer or stuff like that, honestly, for me, I don't know if this saves me money or not. I don't use like Citadel or Army Painter's primer when I am doing like terrain or 3D printed models. I'll use like stuff I'll get from like a hardware store or Walmart or something like that. But if I'm using like an actual like model like this, I'll prime it with like Citadel stuff. But I think like both. I think Army Painter is like $15 a can, and I think you can where I'm from, where you buy it in a like hardware store, it's like also 15 or something dollars a can. You're welcome. That is why we are here. Although I feel like some other people have better experience here than I do. Are there any 3D printed models you're working on, Hannibal? Is that why you ask, or just out of curiosity in general? Well, you did say 3D print, so... But I guess I'm just kind of curious on, like, what model stuff you're working on. Do, 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 do. Do I have to make up more paint? I didn't think so. Damn. A super swan? No! Is it the one I'm thinking of? Yes, I printed a super swole Bulbasaur. I think I know which 3D print you're talking about. This is the one that they have, like, he's in a Speedo and he's flexing. Oh, God. Because I know there's a Pikachu one, a Charmander one, and a Squirtle one as well. Oh, God. What did Dorso say? Yeah, I'm hyped when I get home for my Dreadnought. I also have a custom upgrade panel for Blood Angels. Ooh, nice. I'm going to make up some new paint. Jeez. I've seen that model, like, I've seen those models before, and they're funny. They just, I'm just like, why? Why have something like that? But I get the reason why people have it. They're funny. Like, oh, I got this buff-looking Squirtle or Bulbasaur. It's funny. Is there a buff version of, like, what is it, Mimikyu? The Pokemon that, like, looks like Pikachu, or, like, mimics itself to look like Pikachu. Is there a buff version of that? That would be a, interesting 3D print. Oh. I can picture what the Mimikyu can look like. Secondary. Oh wait, no. No, hold on. I just read Dorzo's thing. I got Squirt. Oh, okay. I misread it. I misread it so much. Okay, to read what Dorzo said. I got the Squirtle Squad tattooed. I got to represent the squad in my house. What I thought you typed out is you had the buff Squirtle tattooed on your body. I read before I understood the whole thing typed out. Oh. I know someone out there probably has it actually on their body, but jeez. As I was saying earlier, I am going to have I'll have my P.O. box set up this week. I'm going to go to my post office, get the information I need, and then I'll make that Google Doc so that if people want to send stuff, they can send stuff. I don't know if that would be great, Hannibal. I don't know if that would be great. At least for me, I would feel weird about it. I will admit, I do want to get a tattoo. The hard part is I'm so indecisive. I might like one thing at a moment, but I might change my mind the next. So I don't think I ever will get a tattoo. God. Okay. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm going to say this in the Discord, and then I'm going to put it up on stream. Okay. I'm first going to ask Dorzo, do I have permission to put this up on stream? Okay, I got permission. It is going on stream. I've seen that image before. Well, I just like to ask for permission before I do anything. Oh, geez, I took up so much space. I did not want to take up that much space with an image. Get up here. It looks good. It's a good-looking tattoo. Here, we're gonna put it above my head. Okay. Gotta pull up chat for myself and see. It is colored. I've seen this art before. I feel like I've seen this tattoo before. Or I've seen this art before. Wait a minute, did one of the Squirtle Squad actually evolve into a Blastoise? How many Squirtles are there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4? So one of them must have evolved at one point. Is that an actual thing in the story? Okay. That explains it. Yeah, I have seen it before. We're gonna hide that now and just remove that and bring that back. Ash has evolved into a Blastoise? And he never used it? Okay, to be honest, I've never kept up with the Pokemon anime at all. So I have no idea. I knew Ash had a Charizard. I know he has a Bulbasaur. Did the Bulbasaur like evolve into a Venusaur as well? I did know that, but I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm gonna be honest, like, so this is thinking, this is not the first Pokemon movie. This is the one that had, like, so I'm thinking of the one that had Lugia and the 3 birds in it. I remember when they read off the prophecy of, like, who, like, how, like, what would happen and all that, and then they said, like, how Ash was, like, the chosen guy for it. I feel like there was a little bit of a cop-out in it. I don't remember it fully, but, like, they only consider him the chosen one because his name is Ash and it has the word Ash in the story. Like, is that really how that was supposed to be? I don't know. That felt like a cop-out to me as a kid. It was still a movie I enjoyed. Don't get me wrong. I enjoyed seeing Lugia and I enjoyed all the, like, seeing the Pokemon in it. I'm gonna clean my brush and fix it. It's fraying pretty bad. Oh, you think Ash has been in a coma this whole time? So, like, he never left the first route? Thank you. I am trying to paint him up better and better. I decided this is obviously my own custom Hive Fleet, but I'm basing it off of Hive Fleet Ouroboros. I like the snake eating its own tail aspect because that's kind of what the Tyranids are going to do to themselves at some point. I know some Tyranids do attack other Hive Fleets and stuff like that. I don't know if Ouroboros does. I think they do. But I more like the name. Really, their actual colors are black and light blue. And I'm going to line up the skin color to a more turquoise color like this. And I think when I do the smaller models, I will do contrast black and blue. I'm going to finish my thought and then I will continue. Oh, damn it! I forgot to plug in. I forgot to plug in my phone. Bear with me. I'm going to put you guys on BRB. I think. There. Okay. Bear with me for a second. I will be honest, I'd like to see Ash at some point again in the future. Come on, say you're charging. Is it not? Now it is. I'm tempted to buy a second phone and just use it for streaming and recording. And nothing else. That is... Okay. I think we're good. Yep, we're good. Okay. I need to catch up. You guys are talking about Pokemon here. Let's see. I'm gonna snack on something real quick. They don't need to read. The only reason why they go on Pokemon journeys is for world peace. There's a theory that I kind of like. Slash believe. Because they've referenced Pokemon Wars multiple times. Obviously, there's been ones in ancient times. But there's like a thought on why you never see the protagonist's fathers. Shul. I mean, I understand what you meant. I fully understand what you meant, but the reason why the Pokemon League is a thing, and there's not many like male adults you see in the series, is because like a lot of them died within battle. So then after the war, all the countries or regions came together to then be like, let's start this thing and then have our champions be the ones that battle it, and that's how we solve like world disputes so that we never lose like 95% of the male population again. Because like I know in the first one, besides the fire gym, the only there's a ninja, so I guess that works with the whole battle theory. But Lieutenant Surge is like a military veteran. Like, he's the only guy besides like Koga that is old enough to have kids or within that like older generation age, I guess. I, I, for so another thing that I like that they're doing with the newer series. I don't watch Pokemon. I've just seen stuff about it here and there. Is they're actually like aging up the characters in the show. I like that they're doing that. So you actually see the progression of time. I'd like to see Ash return in the series, but be older and almost be like the final champion that the current protagonist has to battle. If that makes sense. Like, he is technically the champion of champions now. So if anyone else wants that title, they'd have to battle him. Maybe it is a few years later. I haven't watched much of it either. My personal opinion, my favorite region. I have a feeling. Yep, I knew it. I'm catching it before it plays an ad. Personally, my favorite region is 3rd gen. Yeah, I like 3rd gen mostly because my favorite Pokemon is from 3rd gen. I need to go here, turn this back on. Nope. Play from the beginning. There you go. Okay. I think we're set. We are good now. Yeah, I prefer 3rd gen, although I also like 4th gen. I'm a big Turtwig fan. As I've gotten older, I like Turtwig more, but Mudkip will always be a favorite within my heart. I think I will never fully let go of my love for 3rd gen Pokemon. Mudkip is my favorite. Really, like Mudkip Swampert is my favorite. It's kind of like what started the name of the channel, really. Like, long ago. Before I changed it. It's also why I've picked the colors that I've picked and I'm the character that I am on screen. I've also just been a big fan of amphibians in general. So having like one of my favorite amphibians is actually Axolotl, or Axolotl and Tiger Salamanders are my favorite. I love their. I know Axolotls, they stay the juvenile form their entire life. I like Tiger Salamander's juvenile form as well. That whole like half fish, half land animal mixture, I'm a big fan of. But I also like Turtwig, and I like the whole world turtle aspect as well of it. Me and a friend of every once in a while we like send each other like for a while people were like building realistic Pokemon teams, and I was always adding a Turtwig or Torterra to my list because I wanted a ground grass type. I do a lot of gardening, but I like the forest as well and doing hikes and stuff. And the Torterra just seems like the perfect Pokemon for that. Either I ride on his back and like we travel through the forest that way, or he's like my gardening buddy, lets me know if the soil's good or not. I think I've talked about it before. I had like Ampharos on that list as well because Ampharos can power a lighthouse, and electricity is expensive where I live. I also picked Torkoal. Torkoal was on my list as well for heating. And also doing blacksmithing stuff. It's nice to have like a Pokemon that can make charcoal and stuff. So those were 3 of the 4 on the realistic team, but I chose them for, I don't know, selfish reasons, but also like me personality reasons. I am putting down a very thin layer of this brown paint, but I am going to go over it with that next lighter brown paint, and I'll cover a majority of it. Oh, jeez. We got a Giovanni in chat here. Actually, would you be Giovanni or would you be Team Plasma? I'm trying to remember their leader. Because Hannibal says, I'll take a Ditto, impersonate a world leader, and become the new world emperor. I think what we really need to get you is a golden throne, if that's the case. Get you a golden throne, and then you can be the lighthouse for the entire human race. For a second that you were going to say Ditto for other reasons. Still scary reasons, not like the best reasons in the world. No, it did not. I see you've been learning. But think about it. Humanity needs a lighthouse to travel the universe. You could be that guy. You could be that guy. That is a job opportunity that's opening. And the pay is probably really good. You just can't leave that chair. You guys reading any good books in general? Doesn't have to be just 40K. I know, Hannibal, you were trying to learn about... Do you have access to Netflix? You get something better than Netflix when you sit on the chair. You can watch every single person in the universe, but you can't do anything with them. So I guess you do get your own set of reality TV. I do wonder if there's like an STL for like Netflix out there somewhere in the 40K universe. Would Netflix be considered like heresy, like tech heresy? Nah, you'll pass. You don't want to watch the entire series of solar system. Fair enough. I don't think anyone really wants to sit on that golden throne and be in his position. From what I've heard, he deserved what he got, but I don't really know. I've not read much up on the Emperor. I've not read any of the books. I've not learned much about him. I need to be careful where I touch. I'm pulling paint off of my fingers. Oh, nice. What part are you in with the line book? Are you... I'm trying to think. Are they doing the final battle yet or no? I also remember there was things I didn't want to spoil for you with the book, but I can't remember what that was. Oh, okay. So, I just had an idea. At least, like, maybe for your next reading site book or something like that, Hannibal. At least this is something that I'd like to do. I kind of want to read that book in a ruined castle in either England or Germany. I'm at the space battle against the 10,000 Eyes. Ooh. Okay. Is that actually... Yes. Yes, that is near the end. I had to think for a second on where that was in the book. Antojo said, still need to finish it, but I started Hold on a sec. My roommate was asking for the Wi-Fi password. To be honest, I don't fully remember it. I don't remember my own Wi-Fi password. I have it written down somewhere. But you started the Eisenhorn series. That's good. I hope you like it. I finished the 4th book, and now I need to move on to the next one. I read 4 books just to get to the last one to get a mention of the Yellow King, which is the main reason why I started the series. And the main reason why I started the Eisenhorn series was to learn more about the Yellow King. And I'm just at the beginning of that whole plot line. And the book ended. So now I have to figure out the next book that it starts on and go from there. I need to move the BRB screen for a sec because I was wrong on what I told her for the password. So, let me go real quick over to that. I'm still here and still chatting. Oh no, King in Yellow is what I need to say. But yeah, Yellow King is a Lovecraftian. Yeah, the Yellow King is a Lovecraftian thing. I think it's the King in Yellow. Sorry, I am trying to do stuff for the roommate. Yeah, the King in Yellow is a Lovecraftian thing. No, the Yellow King is Lovecraftian. The King in Yellow is the Warhammer thing. Let me see if I have it written down for her. I'm to the point in my life where I have so many different accounts I need to write down the username for them and the passwords. I feel like I'm an old person doing this. Mm-hmm. Did I not write it down? No, that's the password for that. Ugh. Okay. What is the handbook? There's another book I can recommend. The game. Ours from Iron Bake. Set in the future where humans. We look for problems to get into. They specifically look for problems to get into? Huh. This is the part where I just kind of wish I lived on my own a little bit, so I didn't have to fully deal with having all these people and stuff like that. I got the name, but it doesn't want to share me the password. that is password. Oh my god. If 40K's golden era would have happened with just less blood and phantasm. Okay. I think I'm all set with that. Sorry, just I hate being pulled away from what I was doing, but I also get living with other people and having to share passwords and stuff to accounts. The Wi-Fi is in my name, and I have access to the password and stuff. I thought I had it written down separately, but I also figured in the app that I could just see it at any point and check on it. But that is not the case. So I probably made it something simple. All that. Oh, okay, hold on. Dorso said something. If you haven't heard of Dungeon Crawler Carl, it is my favorite ongoing series right now. Just got right to the show, and Seth MacFarlane from Family Guy got the rights to make it. I've not heard of it, but I will have to check it out now. Huh. Interesting series. See, when I hear something called, like, Dungeon Crawler, it makes me think of, like, a fantasy D&D series. I don't know if I'll even make my goal tonight on all that stuff. Oh. Other suggestion that I wanted to throw up for stream at some point. This is probably more for myself, but I'm saying this as an idea to throw at chat. Should I have a sub counter above chat to show like what I want to try reaching as a goal? I think it would be nice to be like, hey, this is where I'm at, and then this is the goal I want to reach. I don't know if I could do like, I could probably figure out how to do a live updating one, but I think I'd have to update it like every stream to show like how many people we've grown and stuff like that. Because another thing I do have, and I've said this a couple streams, is I started a... Yeah. I don't see why not. I throw a lot of these ideas out to see if there's an interest for it. But I also feel like I'm way too small of a channel to do some of the things that I'm thinking of. It's like, oh, a sub counter. That's something a larger streamer does. Or taking donations. That's a more like larger streamer thing. Like, or having a Discord. Like, I'm not at that size yet. I don't think I need one. But honestly, you know, I can just kind of start it wherever or have this stuff. I don't know. I'm kind of realizing I like asking for permission on a lot of things when I don't need to ask for permission. I can just kind of do it. I am an adult. I have free will. Just like how everyone else here is. Oh, quick summary. Carl runs outside to get his cat from a tree. I keep getting pulled away for all these different things. Uh... Yeah. I keep getting pulled away. I'm trying to find my roommate's phone currently, and she has no idea where it is. Where was I? Yeah. Yeah, doing a quick little thing. You were saying quick summary. Carl runs outside to get his cat from a tree. Alien invade due to back taxes, and host a dungeon crawl, and is basically intelligence reality TV show. Great comedy. Then Hannibal saying, for like the 1 month you've been watching me on how much I've grown, it's been 10% rate. You won't be small creator content for very long. And then going back to George saying, not many books have actually made me laugh out loud. With Seth MacFarlane getting the TV show, it's going to hit me when it's made. With that growth rate, you will hit 550 in 1 year, 1,000 in 18 months, and so on. Professional streamer incoming. And then the book will arrive next Wednesday. Looking forward to it. Okay, I all caught up on that. I will admit other things that will make me grow better is if I actually was doing videos and stuff like that. I feel bad keep getting pulled away, but life is also getting in the way as well. I'm just going to check to see if she's good with the Wi-Fi and all that. Okay. I'm back. Jeez, what'd I miss? You know, I've seen a Death Company Dreadnought. I'm not sure how that would work. So it's just his last battle, and they painted him black. Oh, okay. So, that I have seen lore stuff for on how the Death Company has Dreadnoughts and why they have them. This... I'm going to be shooting from the hip on that information. So, it is people that I believe were in a mission that was with the Death Watch. Or you're saying Death Company. So I'm assuming that's actually more a Blood Angel thing than it is a Death words. Okay, I'm thinking of the wrong information. Because Death Company is a Blood Angel thing. Yeah, did I get confused, Dorzo, and confused the Death Watch with the Death Company? I think I did. I was thinking of Death Watch. Yeah. Yep. Okay, that's on me. I got excited because I like the Death Watch. The Death Watch is a cool group of Space Marines. So I thought I was going to geek out for a second, and then I'm like, wait a minute, brain's catching up. I feel bad for all the Death Company people. Yeah, a Death Company Dreadnought. I'd assume that's like the Space Wolves, and when they have some of their guys go through their transformation. Because I know that's a thing some Dreadnoughts are Wolven, which is a Space Wolf thing. They're Wolven Dreadnought, so they're Space Marines and a Dreadnought transforming into a werewolf. So you just got a roid-raged, bloodthirsty Dreadnought. This is for Blood Angels. In the Death Company. How... Is there just a kill switch in them? Like, if they get too far ahead, do they just, like, kill switch them? I don't think you do. I think if you do, like, what you do is you drop him in somewhere and you let him loose and he just goes. You send that in when you don't want the enemy to survive. And you don't care if you're stealthy about it or not. Like, a Dreadnought is a walking tank. I feel like the type of Dreadnought you would throw him in is a Brutalis one, because they're a melee-focused Dreadnought. You don't need to worry about shooting. Although, I mean, go ahead and give them a gun anyways to shoot. I think you just drop them in and just let them loose. That is honestly how I think that would run. I do apologize for taking so many breaks in here and there. I feel bad leaving you guys here because I'm trying to do this as entertainment and post stuff. But I also appreciate for all of you that have stuck in between each of the breaks. Ba, 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 ba. I haven't said this yet. I should do like an automatic chat thing that says this, but for anyone new here and is interested, I have a Discord for people to join. They can hang out, chat with everyone that is here in chat, and share their hobbies and all that. I've seen some really cool paint schemes from people. I've seen some interesting ideas for stuff. And it's not just for Warhammer. I'm also down to see other hobbies people do. If you're into cosplay, if you're into woodworking, if you're into metalworking, any sort of craft hobby or just hobby in general that you want to share and geek out about, my Discord is there for you to share. I want it to be a learning space and a space where everyone can just hang out. Also, if you enjoy when I'm actually streaming and want to support the channel and see some other stuff done in the future, I have a Ko-fi account for anyone that wants to donate a little bit of money. It goes directly into the channel to help support it, either with new equipment, mostly new equipment, or maybe eventually hiring a editor so I can start putting videos out. But there's no need for you to donate either. Just having you here and watching my content and chatting and being interactive and talking is more than enough. So, now that I got that shameless plug out of the way, I feel scummy every time I do it too. I feel scummy whenever I like shill out that I have this stuff. But I'm looking forward to seeing those models this weekend, Dorzo. I'm really excited to see that Dreadnought. Maybe I gotta make sure I have this in the middle. Maybe I'll do like a Space Marine Sunday and we'll spend the day painting just Space Marines. It's spelt like this, Hannibal. I believe it's pronounced coffee. Oh, no, not that. It's K-O-F-I. Nice. I hope your Dreadnought gets finished up. Also on the coffee thing, I gotta post some other artwork things. It just has one Space Marine I did months ago posted on it. I gotta put some more stuff on there, but you know, since now I do have like a dedicated stream schedule, I think I will give myself a challenge. I think we're getting to the point, or I'm getting to the point that I want to do a challenge for myself. I've said this before. I've seen other streamers do like 40 days to try and paint an entire Warhammer army. I want to do that for my Space Marines. They're my primary army, and they're the ones that I've not really painted on the most. 40 days to do 2,000 points, so just clarify that. So each stream would count as a day. Yeah, I think that's going to be my next fun project to do. Not project, challenge. We challenge for here. Yeah, that's the thing with batch painting, is you always got to paint the same thing over and over again. I almost enjoy painting singular characters more than I do batch painting. Because to me, like, batch painting, I don't feel like I get anything really done. As if I'm, like, painting a single character like this guy. I mean, it's been a slow process painting this guy, but there's been progress. And it looks good in the end. If this was, like, a single model and I was doing this within 4 hours, I would have done the entire armor in... I'm just thinking like a normal Warhammer one. But I also kind of spend more time painting than I think like the average person should. Like for myself, I like it almost to be parade paint job for every model, and I really need to tell myself it doesn't have to be like that. It's okay to have models be battle ready. Like your centerpiece models, like this is a centerpiece model. These are the ones that you should take a little bit of extra time on if you want, because those are the big ones that people will see. But to do 40 Termagants or 40 Intercessors and all have them be that parade ready, that's so much work. That's so much work that I don't feel like needs to be put into a model. Actually, okay, I'm thinking of a different challenge for myself. If I have like a full free weekend, maybe I'll just do this for a day, like a full 24-hour paint stream just to build a whole kill team board. See, Dorso says, my goal on my days off is to make a squad of assault and regular intercessors, a captain, and a dreadnought done. I hope you can get all that done. I actually do. Hope you can get that all done, and I want to see that. Is it a regular captain, or is it like a special captain? Like, is it a captain in like Phobos armor, or a captain in like Gravis? Probably base paint, no highlights. That's, yeah, you can easily get that done within 6 days. You can easily get that done. Oh shit. Ooh, Terminator Armored Kit Bash probably for the captain. I like that. I like that a lot. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna sit down and actually write these like ideas and challenges down, because I have the ultimate starter box that Warhammer made. That's just the combat patrol for Space Marines and Tyranids and the terrain for it. Maybe I should take like 24 hours or 48 hours and just build that. Oh, and 3 aggressors. Ooh, talking about aggressors, I worked on these guys for my own little time. I started one of these guys quite a while ago before I had a wet palette, and you can't really tell here unless I get it like really close, but the paint was so thick and chunky. I'm like, ooh, and then I did it like with this guy with the wet palette, and I'm like, that works so much better. I dry brushed these guys with craft paints, and I regretted that. I regret it now. I didn't know how to actually dry brush, but these guys are poorly dry brushed, going to be properly painted now. But I'm working these guys on the side. These are going to go into my Salamander army. And I have a captain that they can be run with. So I'm excited to finish those. Thick and Chunky, my nickname in school. Bro, I've been there. I've been there. I've been there and I'm still there. I will admit, middle school was rough for me. High school was fun. That's what I'll say for myself. Picked, I picked a really good group of friends that I'm still friends with to this day. And I would not trade them for anything in this world. I consider a good portion of my friends family, and I'd rather be around them than some of my own family members, to be fully honest. But I think that's the case when you get older anyways. You find like a good group of people that you like to be around and hang out with, and then just keep them close. I don't know everyone's ages here. I don't need to know everyone's ages. But for anyone that is at a point that they don't see their friends as much, or you don't hang out as much as you wish you could, enjoy the time you do get to hang out with them. I had a very hard transition from seeing everyone like almost 5 times a week to now maybe seeing a friend twice a month, maybe even once a month. Luckily now, though, I've made it my schedule that I'm able to see friends like once a week, but I don't see some friends I don't see for half a year, and it's like nothing's changed, and some friends I don't hear from at all, but I can still consider them a friend. Also understand that you're all going to move at your own pace too. I am realizing I'm a very jealous person. I can get jealous very easily, but reading chat. I talk with my friends on Discord almost every day. I'm not living at work. Yeah. I have a group of friends that I chat with once a week, and we game. It started out kind of weirdly. We all played Monster Hunter together, like Monster Hunter World, and then we just developed into a friendship. I was friends with all these people in high school. They were never people that I expected would like to hang out and chat with each other. 2 of them, yes. One of them, I wasn't sure if he would fit into the group at all, but he actually fit in a lot better than I thought, and I'm happy about that. And the nickname for our group chat is Cone, C-O-E-N. No, not C-O-E-N. It's C-O-N-E. Why'd I just spell that so wrong? And my favorite thing with the group chat is we play different games, and 2 of the friends in there make so many memes. When we find a meme-worthy game, they make some good memes. They even made a meme of the amount of memes they make. But yeah, I talk with them once a week. It's going to be a little more difficult now because one friend's schedule for work-wise is counteracting with a couple other another friend's schedule, but we'll make it work. I've been playing Peak with them quite a bit. Peak has been really fun to play with them. For those that were here, I'll retell the story again though. The last time I played Peak, I clutched the game once, and I could have clutched the game again. So if you don't know what Peak is, it's a climbing game you can play it solo or you can play it with friends. And you're a bunch of Boy Scouts or some sort of scouts, and your goal is to make it to the top of the mountain to be rescued. And you can find gear along the way, all that stuff. Well, my whole team died at the third section, which is an icy section. And for those that know me personally, I have a fear of falling in heights. And I'm playing a game that is both my fears in one. So I'm the last person alive in a spot that I don't think I can climb. Luckily, I have an item that lets me climb faster, with the effect of you get sleepy at the end. And pretty much I climb through the section and get us to the next area. I then get to the final stretch of the game. I thought I could make a jump and climb up from there, and I didn't have to worry about crossing this lava rock. But everyone else wanted me to climb up the lava rock. If I didn't make that jump, I probably could have made it to the top, and we would have beaten the game. But I kind of fumbled it near the end, and I feel bad about it, but it just means next time I play, I'm more determined to get it done next. With that being said, I need to use the bathroom, and I will be right back. again. I'm just gonna do one thing for my sister. My sister's not been able to find her phone, so I got to try to help her find it. Damn, I would have shown you, but I just took my phone. Smithing project's going good. I'm just trying to set up more of a shop stuff. Yeah. My roommate just took my phone to go find her phone. And that's the only way I can do,
Sorry, hold on.
You're fine. Go find your phone. It's more important that you find your phone than I use it as a camera right now. Yeah, Hannibal. Smithing project's actually going well. I started making a thing called an Inquisitor's Rosette, which is the badge of office for the Inquisitor. Once I have my phone again, I'll show you, but I took a piece of brass and cut it into an eye shape, and then I filed it on the sides to be smooth. I gotta do a little bit more file work, get it set up. I was in a friend's garage for a little bit, but I was able to find a place closer to me, at least currently where I'm living, to do some more work. So this Sunday I'd be able to do some work there, because Saturday I'm going to a Ren Fair with a friend, and I'm looking forward to doing that. Renaissance Fair, for anyone that cares to know what that is. I am, yeah, but I'll keep painting with the camera off, but, oh, is she back? Any luck? It says it's in your room now? She's trying to use the Find My Phone app, and that can be a little bit off when trying to find it, like find your phone. I'm excited about continuing the project. I showed earlier some of the other stuff that I was doing. That incense burner. So I also thought about making like a Mechanicus cosplay. That would be relatively easy. That's just get a red cloth with a little bit of an edge, like a white edge on it. And then get some like goggles and a respirator, and maybe some bits of metal or PVC sticking out. The other main concern, though, that I've been dealing with is my apartment situation. Trying to find a place to move into for that when this current place sells, or buy myself a home. I have a spot. I found a house I like the looks of. It's a little more expensive, but you're mostly buying the land for it. But what I like the most about it is, if anyone here has ever played the game Stardew Valley, it gives off that vibe. Any like farming simulator style game. To summarize Stardew, you're given a farm by your grandfather when he passes away. So it's an old farm by the river with a barn and a shed that can be fixed up. And I'm like, this is literally the start of Stardew. But they want farming stream coming up. I was tempted to do some farming stuff because I have chickens. I have like 12 chickens, 4 geese, 3 geese, and 4 ducks. Those are my pets. I used to have like 30 chickens, but a fox came and ate a bunch of them. Fox and raccoon. I love birds in general. I was gonna say my favorite bird is like ravens and stuff like that. So I would love to have a pet raven. That would be such a cool bird to have. Sorry, I got a mouthful of stuff. Or I was eating, and I had an idea because I remember ravens, and I know Space Wolves just came out with a brand new line of models. And there's one model I want to get. He's a librarian in Terminator armor. They don't call him a librarian. I know that. But I want him because he has he's got a Cyber Raven. Yeah, just do new models. I wanted to get an image up to show you guys. Where's there he is. Yeah. I am going to throw this up. I'll replay from the beginning. I do apologize about the BRB screen, but yeah, I think this kind of confirms that I'm going to get myself a second phone just for this. But this is the model that I was talking about. I want to get Niarl Stormcaller. I read a book that he was in, and I liked him. I thought he looked a lot older than what he currently does. I want his Raven so bad for a model. I can buy that model from my local store. I haven't yet, because I haven't thought about what I would turn him into. Or like what I would use. I'd maybe use him in a Dark Angel army. Even though I would say most of my Terminators and other heavy ones are going to be a part of the Salamander army. I might have a couple models be directly for the Dark Angels. And this would be one of them. I'd probably run him as like a Terminator. He's supposed to be a Terminator in Librarian armor. I could probably make him to look like a captain or something else in Terminator armor. Have to go around and think. I might buy a box of like Space Marine Terminators. The new Space Wolf ones, and this guy, and I do have an extra box of the Dark Angel Knights. Let me pull up a box of what those look like.
I think it's in the living room, but I can't hear it all the way.
Do you need me to come and help you?
Yeah, you better hear it when I do.
Okay. You're welcome. We found it. We found her phone. Holy crap. Did I miss anything? Good night, Hannibal. I am so sorry that tonight has not been a productive stream like I hoped, but I appreciate people being here and sticking around. Had helped my sister find her phone. We found it. There's been so much back and forth. I still got like, I'm going to go for another hour. Let's switch over to here. And pull this up. Okay. Let's actually get some work done. I feel bad for anyone that's watching this back or has been popping in and seeing like, oh, he's not even here. But we're fine. We got it sorted. That brush is harder. It's gone hard. It's gone stiffy. Okay. I keep trying to set myself a goal to get this thing painted to a certain extent, and I haven't each time. I keep overestimating and then things pop up. But we've made good progress, to be fully honest. We've made good progress. I got in his head, that base brown, and going through and doing his leg. So yeah. Okay. I'll close that. I'm like going through and I'm cleaning things up on my end. And keeping it going. But yeah, this week's stream schedule is going to be today, Thursday, and Friday. I'm going to aim for 6 each of those days. But if I don't start at 6, I will be starting at 7. Well, between 6 and 7, Eastern Time. Eastern Standard Time. That's been the schedule that seems to work relatively okay. Catching the people that get off work here around the 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock moment, then we go late into, well, we go almost go to middle of the night, but yeah. Oh, did I get the claw? I might have hit the claw a little bit on the back. Move my arm, things shake, and I feel bad about it, but it's fine. Oh, hello, little bug. I got a bug sitting on the bug. Oh, and he's gone. I gotta write down all these ideas and lists I have. I got a whiteboard, and I wrote down projects I wanted to complete, but I think I need to update it. I need to update the list. Make it a little bit smaller. We'll go from there. Oh. You know what would be, for me, I think this would be a fun goal, but I don't know how it would work. I want to run this guy as a single model in a kill team game. I want to run this bug, this big bug, against like a 10-man squad of guardsmen or a 5-man squad of like Space Marines. I don't think they'd survive from what I understand lore-wise with the Norm emissary and all that, but you can't tell me it wouldn't be fun to try and have an army go up against something like this. I don't know even what the stats would be for this. Would it be like 30 wounds? Something, I mean, it'd be way too overpowered. I fully know it'd be way too overpowered as a model, but maybe it's a thing that you're not supposed to kill. It's a thing you're supposed to like go pass through with extraction or something like that. Because I know that's done with Leviathan. That's kind of the thing. They don't kill it till the end, and the thing's been through a hell of a time chasing the people in the book Leviathan. I'm glad I'm painting this model and kind of figuring out. I'm thinking if I did the custom Hive Tyrant, gonna drill out a spot here to fit the wing, because I kind of want to make it a flying Hive Tyrant. So like here and here is where you would drill for the holes. And then you'd still have the 4 arms. Yes, the bug is all coming together. I'm so sad that you can't be my warlord for an army. I want you to be so bad. But I get why. You're meant just to take an objective or kill a squad. I love this model. The more I look at it, the more I'm happy with him on just his design, the way he looks. side? Looks cleaner on this side than it does this side. I need to be careful. I'm sorry. I just get happy and excited seeing this bug. I don't ever want to meet a Tyranid in real life. I don't ever want Tyranids to be a real thing. But like, if you have the ability to transform into a monster, I think either this one or the Norma Simulator is what I'd want to transform into. Something that looks like this. Not like things that are going to be Godzilla-sized stuff, but I don't know, it's just like a weird superpower thing. I like kaiju and monsters in general. I never watched any of the new Godzilla movies that came out. I watched the new King Kong one that came out. I thought that was really good. I really enjoyed all the monsters on Skull Island. Oh god, I'm thinking like a Tyranid invading Skull Island and how that would go. Ooh. That's a story that I want to read now. I want to read a story about the Tyranids invading Skull Island. Because 100% they would destroy everything on the island. But the Tyranids are like a living ecosystem coming and destroying another ecosystem. That's how I've heard them described. I know the Tyranids are from like they're a space alien race, but if I think about their home planet, I almost want it to be something like Skull Island, where things constantly evolve and try to one up each other. And it just so happened like this is kind of what happened. I mean, Tyranids, they're a hive mind, but they also they're like a mixture between bug and plant, to be very simple, is like the idea. Because I know in the movies for Skull Island, a lot of the creatures there are half plant, half animal. And I know now Tyranids can spread by spores and stuff like that, so that would be really cool. I don't know. I'm just kind of geeking out here to geek out. Yeah, I'm going to read Arcturus War and Devastation of Baal next. I also want to read The Fall of Cadia. But that's more just to kind of see what happens there. Oh, what the fuck is that? That's a mayfly. I have a mayfly flying around here. What are you doing? I'm just getting distracted. But I hope everyone watching is having a good evening. I appreciate you all being here. Or it could be a morning for you as well. I also hope you're having a good morning. I think I need to mix up the paint again and do it better. I keep adding water because it's all completely dried out. I mean, it's going on fine. It's such a thin coat. It's drying and showing through the bottom layer a little more than I wanted to. Yeah. I think I'll do that. I'll mix up these two. Get too much paint on that brush. Yes. I'm very happy with this. It's like a weird chocolatey. It's like a weird chocolatey color, from what I can see. I don't know how well you can see it so far. Is it? It's more visible on this side than it is on this side. Huh. I wonder if I have to. I do need to actually update those colors a little bit. know what his frill kind of reminds me of? Kind of reminds me of a Triceratops a little bit. Or like a Ceratosaurus. Maybe if I play in a campaign game with him, I'll call him Cerati. Or something like that. Ceratus. Ceratus Rex. That's going to be his name in the campaign. Yeah, when I do a narrative campaign with this guy, I'm calling him Ceratus Rex. It's got the frill. It's got the horn. I do need to do his eyes, and I think I'll do those as like a bright green. Same thing with his brain parts. They're going to be that bright green. I almost wish, kind of want to do them like a green contrast paint, but I'm going to do it with the regular paints I have. Ceratus Rex. The more I think on it, the more I like that name. It's growing on me. It's getting better. I wonder if I have 2,000 points of Tyranids now. I probably do, and I should build all the models and then use those to play against some people. I don't even have to paint them, just get them built to like play with. That's kind of cool. So I took the brush and just kind of scraped it this way to the side. And it's left a couple scratches in the middle, but still keeping it dark, but hitting the edge mostly with paint. Okay, we still got some time with that. Do. Oh, that's why I got things flying in here. Hold on a sec. Okay. I realized why I had a bunch of bugs flying in my room. My roommate snuck in and opened one of my doors, or my windows that don't have a screen on it. She did it out of niceness. It is very warm in this room with everything being closed up. But I also got a fan blowing directly on me. Try and keep me cool. Pop over here for a sec. Oh, other hobbies. Oh! Sorry, I popped over to my Discord and check out other hobbies, and someone... It's either a dice rolling box or a ping pong set is what they posted. Holy crap. That's some good looking stuff. Suggestion box. Okay. Just reading through stuff, catching up, all that. Okay, back to painting. Do I have too much paint on this brush? I feel like I do. I just need to wipe most of it off on the edges. It's kind of like a, kind of giving it a worn leather bark look so far. That's how when I look at it, that's how I feel like I've done to it. It's like, oh, that's some worn leather, or the bark of a tree. I mean, that's kind of what I was going for when I first painted it brown, is I wanted to do... I thought about doing this green and brown and trying to make it look like a walking tree, sort of. But I think the blue is a good contrast against the brown. The idea I could have is that maybe this is a more sneak-based Tyranid that hides in rubble or, I don't know, some other bits. and then it will appear and kind of like stealth attack people. I mean, it's not really a stealth unit, but yes. I also got kind of inspired by the Age of Sigmar models that are all like Dryad and Treants. That's kind of what inspired the paint scheme on this model a little bit. Yeah. I think I'm gonna make a list to run this guy with. Might do like a 500-point game too using these guys. I know this is an expensive thing for like Combat Patrol to use. I think they're 235, 260. I just know with this one and the other variant, they're 535 points. Like that's in total, so I don't know how they're divided up to make that, but I don't know. I just want to have some fun using this guy soon. Maybe I should ask my city friends, see if they want to get together for Warhammer Night. I know they probably want to paint, but I want to play. I haven't played in a while, and I'm really itching to. Hello there, I'm just gonna call you Yelt. Wait. Yeltneb? Is that how you pronounce your name? Yeltneb? Welcome to the stream. Thank you. This has been a project I've been working on for a couple streams now. It's been a slow process just doing everything. Yep, but yet works. Okay. I like shortening names that I would have trouble saying, so I will call you Yelt. But I hope you're having a good evening, and yeah, I appreciate you stopping in and checking everything out. So I hope you're having a good evening or morning wherever you're from. I'm just kind of... Oh, you are fully welcome. I'm just here to chill and hang out and chat with whoever comes in and practice my skill with a brush and try to get better at painting. But yeah, I mean, if you're interested in seeing more streams, I try to stick to a schedule of Tuesday and Saturday from 6 to 10. But this week I'm doing Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday from 6 to 10. Only because I'm not able to do Saturday this week. Because I am going to hang out with friends and go to a Renaissance fair. And I'm going to enjoy myself there. But I'm just going through... I'm sitting here looking at this guy. And the more I look at him, the more I want to play with him on the tabletop. I have not played Tyranids yet. And this guy is like a strong pull for me wanting to play them. I'm really upset that I can't use this guy. Okay, hold on. You have a Ren Fair in your town on Saturday. I'm going this Saturday. I want to throw a town name, and you tell me if I'm correct or not. Is the town name Acton? Probably not. I doubt it's the same one I'm going to. There's so many across the states. But if it was the same one, I would find that hilarious. No, Cedar. Okay. Nah, there's not many Ren fairs where I'm from. The closest one I'm going to is an hour away. That is the closest Ren fair to me, and I could go to ones that are like a further out and all that stuff, but no. I've been to King Richard's Ren Fair in Massachusetts, and that was an okay Ren Fair. Not the... It was big and it was enjoyable, but a lot of the stalls felt the same, is how I look at it. Like, you go to a different stall and they're selling these same exact things as like 3 stalls down. It just repeats everywhere, so... I like Ren Fairs that have a bit more variety in what they sell and all that stuff. Okay. Now I need to move on to his actual back. And... possibly move to doing the green tonight for the first time. So I'll probably go a little bit longer than 10 because I started at 6:30 today. But, yeah. I think my next big project for the Tyranids, besides the kill team, is going to be getting the assimilator built. Oh yeah. I think Ren Fairs that have people that have crafted their own stuff are so much better. There's one stall that I'm looking forward to at the one I'm going to that is a trading post, and they sell wax seal stamps, and I want to buy a few more wax seal stamps so I can make a few like letters and stuff like that. I'm looking for one specific in a skull shape so I can make some purity seals for a cosplay I'm doing. I'm trying to make an Inquisitor cosplay. I've worked on some parts over here. Like, I started working on the Inquisition badge. This is all I got so far. I need to cut another piece of brass and solder it to this and make that. But, yeah, I gotta... Okay, so I'm going to give you the list of armies I have. So I'm a Space Marine player to begin with. I have over 4,000 points of Space Marines, but not all of them are built and painted. I have Space Marines, Custodes, Guard, and Tyranids. I also have for Age of Sigmar a Lizardmen army. For my Tyranids, I don't. This is like the only one that will be actually painted and completed. Everything else is unbuilt or needs to be like built and painted. I just started buying models I enjoyed, and it just so happened that I started building Tyranid models, or I started collecting Tyranid. I had bought another Norn. I literally bought it yesterday because I want to. Because I was painting this guy, I really want to make the Norm Assimilator. But now I want to take that Norm Assimilator and kit bash him with a Hive Tyrant and make my own custom Hive Tyrant. But I didn't realize the size difference between the Norn and a Hive Tyrant. So I'm probably going to use the body and head of the Norn, but drill out here and here to put in the Hive Tyrant wings, and then see if I can fit the arms in the front here. And I'm going to make it all be magnet, make it be with magnets so I can take it off and play it as like a normal assimilator if I wanted to, or use them on the Hive Tyrant. But yeah, the only army that I have completed, like painted and completed, is my Custodes. They're the easiest ones to paint for me. And I have like 1,000 points in Custodes. Now I have 2,000 points though, so I gotta build and paint those at some point. And same thing with the Space Marines. I'm mostly a Dark Angel and Salamander player. I gotta split my army up and do it in that way. I think for Tyranids now I have 2,000 points in Tyranids. And the Guard I know I have 1,000 points for. You are fine. You are fine. So, if you can be here, you can be here. It's all that. Custodes are so fun to play. Or I don't play them much, but I enjoy building and painting them. Their Terminators are my favorite unit in Terminator armor. Like, the Space Marines are cool, but the Custodes just have a fit. If I could do that, I actually haven't thought about that. Yeah, I've never watched the Alien series, but that's actually a really good point. Um, I haven't fully made it, but the units that I have two. I have two Norns. I have a Hive Tyrant. I have two Hyrivores, I think is what they're called. The little tank bugs. I have two squads of Termagants. I have a unit of Warriors. I have a Tyranid Prime. I bought this guy yesterday as well. I have the Tyranid Kill Team that came out. I'm going to build all those as the unique models. And I have 3 squads of Hormigons. I also... So, I guess to simplify the list a little bit more, I bought the Ultimate Starter Box, so I have the Combat Patrol 4 Tyranids. That's where most of them come from. And then the new Kill Team box that came out for Tyranids. So that's where the Reavers and another box of Hormigons come from. I have a Lictor, a Neurolictor, a Death Leaper. And then, yeah, I bought like the Pyrovore, Hive Tyrant, and these 2 guys. So I know I said a lot. Just to simplify it again, it's Combat Patrol, Warriors, Hive Tyrant, 2 Norns, the new Kill Team box for Tyranids that came out. So that's Reavers and another set of Hormigons. Another set of Termagants from the Inductionary box. 2 Pyrovores. And that Parasite guy. I'm probably missing a couple, but that's what I have listed. If I had to fully say, it's more melee bugs. I have like a lot of little bugs and a few big bugs. I mostly grabbed models that I liked. Like my favorite Tyranid model is the Hormigons. I like the little raptor looking guys. And like I was saying earlier, I want to take the other Norn that I have and kit bash it with the Hive Tyrant I have. Yeah, I enjoy the melee bugs more than I do the shooting bugs. I get their weapons are supposed to be yeah, their weapons are supposed to be living and all that stuff, but some of them just look so weird that I'd rather just go with a more melee set. But Tyranids are not my main army. Space Marines are my main army, and Custodes are my second army that I've actually played. I do have a guard army as well, but that's sitting in boxes unbuilt. So that's another one that I got to build and paint at some point. That one I'm more excited because I have a Bane Blade that I want to build for that. I also have a Canis Rex model. I thought for Xenos that I would go with Necrons, but I just happened to get Tyranids because of the introductory box that I bought a while ago. It wasn't the first box I bought, I just bought it to get my friends into the game. But I do have the Necron Kill Team and a few Necron models. I wanted to kit bash the leader in the Necron Kill Team with 2 other boxes. I'll grab them real quick and just kind of show them. The Black Templars also look cool. Because one of my Space Marine armies is Dark Angels, I steal Black Templar models to put into that. But this is the Necron Kill Team, and their Technomancer. I want to kit bash him with the head of this guy. Maybe give him a couple other things. I'm almost tempted to give him these little legs, but I won't. And I want him to fly on these guys. The Cryptek Wraiths. So that's what I want to put him with. And probably the Immortal I'll put on the body of the Destroyer and all that. But yeah, for Kill Teams I have a more varied list. I would have been doing that, but because there's another YouTuber making a custom Kill Team, I'm going to wait and do a kill team at the moment. Even though they're a much larger streamer, I don't think me making mine would like change upload anything. I just don't want people to think I'm a copycat for what I was doing. I definitely at some point want to make a custom Tyranid kill team. Before GW came out with the Reaver kill team and all that, I was going to make a custom kill team using a Death Leaper, the regular Leapers, a Lictor, and a Neurolictor, and maybe a couple Hormagaunts mixed in if I really needed to. And I wanted to use those with my custom Dark Angels kill team. But I'm not working on that yet because I'm also working on a friend's kill team. I got a friend into Warhammer, and he's into the Chaos. He's into the Black Legion. So he picked for his custom kill team a box of Chosen, being led by a Master of Execution. So I'm painting those up on stream as well at some points, but because it's Tuesday where I'm from, I'm doing Tyranid Tuesday and painting up my Tyranid. The color scheme okay, so I do have a question for you, Luke. Do you know if the Legionnaire kill team is using all 10 models, or is it 5 models and you just pick like whichever ones you want to use at the time? Because I assume it's similar to the Space Marine kill team, that it's 5 or 6 models. You just kind of like pick a loadout. Okay, so it's a little bit more than the Space Marine one, because Space Marines is 6 models, that's the captain and like 5 other ones. No, fair enough. I haven't played yet either, that's why I'm asking questions. But now, going back to the Tyranid, I was going to do a High Fleet Typhon army, but that paint scheme, I was going to have this guy be a part of it, but that paint scheme would have been too much, I think, for this. So this is a take. So I'm going with High Fleet Ouroboros instead, but I'm changing up the colors. I am going to eventually make it be as light blue as this for the skin, but instead of black armor, I'm doing like a wooded brown. I think for the smaller guys, I'll stick with the black, but for the big guys, I'm going to do the brown. Just be something a little bit different. Oh, the Legionnaires? Yeah. I definitely... Chaos looks cool. Thank you. Thank you, Robert. I know, it's a pretty cool alligator. Yeah, I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do for a scheme, just because I had this guy primed and he had a little bit of this contrast paint on him in one spot. I just figured I'd go with the blue, or go with the brown and continue with it that way. If you did, can you send it up my way? I'd love to have that thing mounted on my wall. I don't know if I could. I could certainly try. I've never worked with alligator leather before. I'd be more tempted to have it mounted on my wall. I do have odds in storage. I was gonna say I do have one of those like alligator preserved skulls that you can buy in some stores. My parents got it for me when they went to Florida, and I love it. I mean, I feel bad for the alligator because it was farmed and all that, but I'm happy to have it on my shelf. That is an animal I would want to pet. I would want to pet alligator and a pet alligator snapping turtle. Those are two animals I'd want as pets. They're not normal pets, and I understand that. I think I'd want the turtle more than I would an actual alligator as a pet, but I think they're both very cool, hence why I want them as pets. But they'd be a look-at pet. I do have the lion model. I do not have it painted. So, I bought the lion model, like, the very beginning when I got into Warhammer. I've only been into Warhammer for, like, a little bit over a year. And when I bought it, I'm like, I'm not good enough to paint it. I don't feel like I'm going to be good enough. So I set an arbitrary goal for myself that when I hit 1,000 subscribers on this channel, I will paint the lion. In that same mindset, I am painting a Norn Emissary, which costs more than the lion model. So, if I can paint the Norn Emissary, I can paint the lion. But I'm still leaving that goal of hitting 1,000 subscribers, and then that's what I'll paint for a video and a live stream. Yeah, that's a mentality that I've had to break, to be like, you know what? I just need to do it because I will never get around to painting it if I don't. Oh, nice. I want to get Hellbrick's model, but I just want to, like, kit bash it into a different army for me. I don't know what I'd run him as, though, because I know he's on, like, a much larger base that most other models aren't on. Is he a 60 millimeter? Or is he a 66 millimeter? That's what I want to run him as. So, like I was saying, I do a custom, or I do a homebrew Dark Angel chapter called the Seraphim of the Abyss. I found them on like warhammerhomebrew.com, and they're a black and blue paint scheme. I really enjoyed the lore I read on them. They kind of fit into it, but I'm also doing a Iron Drake Salamander chapter, and I decided, you know what, I will have my Dark Angels work with my Salamanders. So, but yeah, going back, yes, I figured he was a huge base, so I have no idea like what he would be converted to. Does he just run as a captain? Like, is he just a proxy captain I run him as? Maybe. I'll have to sit and think on it. I don't see why not. I mean, yeah, I mean, Black Templars are just a successor chapter of Imperial Fist. So, I don't see why not. Yeah, just it's cousin helping cousin is how you can look at it. I think lore-wise, when I this is going, this is for me just thinking about it. Hello, Dave. Welcome. I hope you're having a good evening. I think lore-wise for why my Dark Angels would work with my Salamanders, like, I think both have a secret they want to hide. They both know each other's secret. So they're like, okay, instead of killing each other because we know said secret, why don't we work together? You do this, which I'm not good at, and I'll take care of this, which you're not good at. And it just kind of works out enough that way, because I'm going to run... let me bring this back. Let's see, how would I... Okay. So, Dave says, I've been out of the hobby since the old assault on Blackreach box, 2008. I'm now back, trying to make some Custody Solar Guard. Doing that with Tesseros Emil? I'm asking myself almost daily, why did I do that to myself? I don't know that... Is that a model, or is that a type of paint that you're choosing to use? Because I've not heard about that before. Custody Solar Guard. Oh, white and gold. Ooh. I'm assuming white base, gold trim, or is it the other way around? Because the only way I would feel like you're saying, why did I do this to myself, is if you did it as a white base and gold trim. Yeah, that's what I've heard a lot, is that white is a hard color to work with. If you can make it look good, it looks good. I've seen so many ways people have done it. Gold trim basically made them as hard as 1,000 suns. Oh my lord. I would love to see them. I'm going to throw this out there real quick. I have a Discord that's completely free to join. It is linked in the channel. It is for people to share any hobby that they have. It's not just Warhammer, it's any sort of hobby. So I'm just throwing out there for people if they want to join it and join a little community of other hobby enthusiasts of either Warhammer, metalwork, woodcraft, all that. Because I don't just do... well, thank you for subscribing. I lost my train of thought for a second. Yeah. I'll say, like, when I did my Custodes, because I do have a Custodes army, I spray painted them black, and then I spray painted them white on... Or not white. I spray painted them black, and then I spray painted them gold on top. And then I, like, whited out the parts that I wanted to use contrast paint on. And did that. I almost wish now I didn't white out the parts I wanted to be contrast, because the gold shines through so nice. But yeah, I definitely want to see those Custodes. Honestly, same. I I watched him quite a bit and another channel called Mismash with painting, and Eons helped me get over my fear of painting some of my models. So like when I did this guy to begin with, I did him fully in contrast paints. So like the tail is done with Gorag Fur Brown, and then I did the body in Leviathan Blue, I think is the color. Yeah, Leviathan Blue. And then I just decided, hey, I'm going to paint over all this because I want to use the contrast as a guide to where the highlights were going to be and all that stuff. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know what kind of paint would be for model cars. Is it model cars you'd be racing with? Because I know weight does matter when it comes to like race model cars. I'm also going to take a quick water break real quick. Gotta stay hydrated here. Oh, I misread what you said. That's on me. You said this kind of paint is supposed to be for model cars. That's the enamel paint that you buy at Michael's, where you buy the model cars. Okay, I misunderstood what you were saying to begin with. Okay. So Luke says, I've gotten supplies from Michael's before, like brushes, sponges, and primer, and finishes, which, when I first got into the hobby, I used materials from Michael's. I bought brushes from Michael's. I bought paint from Michael's, and I painted my first Warhammer minis using those paints, those acrylic or enamel paints from Michael's. The only thing I didn't buy was the primer. The primer I did actually use a Citadel one. And then going to what Dave says, same plastic as GW, so the ceramic they make works on GW really well. Okay, that's good to know. I was gonna say the brand I use when it comes to painting is Army Painter. That's just what I've stuck with for painting, but doesn't mean I'm not. Oh, the glue. You're talking about the glue. Well, I'll keep that in mind because really all I use to glue my models is really easy, just like crazy super glue. This is the brush one. I prefer using the brush so I can actually put it where I need to. And yeah, Luke, I try to stay away from Citadel paints. Not that I won't use them. I have a couple that I do use here and there. I just wanted to try something different than Citadel. I haven't tried... The only product from Pro Acryl that I have used is their terrain paint, which I like a lot. I got like the big jug of it, like that sits about yay big. Yeah. I will say they made a red that I like a lot, talking about Citadel. So I like corn red actually quite a bit. But a good other one for it would be like Basilisk red, I think from the Cool Paint line on Army Painter. But I mixed this red with Dragon red and used that on a Black Legion corn guy. And that turned out really nice. I've been doing so much yapping, I haven't done much more painting. But, yeah. I do want to try Pro Acrylic and some other companies at some point soon. I just don't need any more paints right now because I have enough for the color schemes I want to do. Like, besides this color scheme, I want to do, for the Guard Army, a Valhallan paint scheme. And I really want to paint Valhallans because of Caiaphas Cain books. So I have the paint for that. I'm kind of figuring out my own Tyranid paint scheme, so I got that kind of sorted. I got all the greens I need for now. And because my other one is just black with like a little bit of blue, like when it's up with my Dark Angels, I'll pull it out because I actually have a piece nearby. This is the color scheme I use for my Dark Angels. They're black with like blue trim and stuff like that. And then this was my attempt of trying to do a High Fleet Typhon here. But yeah, I mean, all these guys can come off their bases here, so I can use them in proper games, because this guy's base is here. I gotta paint that base at some point. But that little piece right there was a part of an art competition that I took part in. That's the word I'm trying to use. And I didn't score that high. I made it to the 4th bracket, but I'm very happy with how it turned out and where I placed, and I will be doing more in the future. I learned a lot from doing an art competition, so I'll be doing more. Thank you. I'm really happy with the piece. It's got one of my favorite Space Marine models on it. I was scrolling through eBay one day, and I was going through YouTube, and they like listed off different Space Marine models, like ranking lieutenants and stuff. So I bought a lieutenant with a shield, the one that uses like the pistol. And then I also bought the Space Marine captain with a shield. And that one has become my like new favorite model to use. Because I really like Blade Guard Vet as a Space Marine model. But I haven't really used them that much. I do want to use the Dark Angel Terminators that just got swords and shields. I haven't used those guys yet. I gotta paint them up. I have some built, just none painted. I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, the shield pose is what sold me on it. I'm trying to figure out for my Dark Angels what their inner circle colors are. And I think I'm gonna make it green, just like normal Dark Angels. Like green and black. Well, I'm glad I can remind you of that. Do you still have the model, or is it like somewhere in storage lost to time? Because I've tried kit bashing here and there a few times. I think the one I'm going to try doing the most is kit bashing one of these guys with the Hive Tyrant to make my own custom Hive Tyrant. Although I do want to kit bash the Reaver Prime with this model and see if I can make some sort of like winged Reaver. Kind of not really caring how the back here looks too much because it's going to be Hello there, brother. This is my Norm Emissary that I'm painting. I have been working on this guy for a few streams now, but yeah. Dave says, I donated all my stuff to a friend when I left the hobby. He was pointing a finger forward, and I just shaved the handle off and popped it on there, but it's pointing sideways a little down. It gave the put the money in the bag energy. That's exactly what I was just thinking. Was put the money in the bag, fool. I gotta do that side. I still got a long way to go because I decided instead of the blue skin on this, like the blue that it is, I'm gonna bring it up to a more teal blue, like this teal blue. Or maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should leave it where it is and move over to edge highlighting and all that stuff. Thank you, Luke. Yeah. Thanks for stopping in, and yeah, if I see you in the future, see you in the future, but no worries. Glad you could be around for a little bit. I should pop over. I'm gonna pop back to this. In here. Sorry, just checking some stuff out on the side here. Okay, I do have the tip of his tail left, but I think I'm going to move over to doing greens because I need to do the brain parts and all the other stuff. Thank you for joining. I look forward to seeing all your future projects and all that. Yeah, just for anyone that's new here, I have a Discord that's completely free. If you are into any sort of hobby and stuff like that. No, this doesn't have wings. Did I say wings on accident? I mean, I do want a Kit Bash one to have wings. But no, it doesn't have wings. Did I actually say wings? I was talking about all the brain bits, and then I got, I think, distracted. Oh yeah, my green's right here. I didn't think I said wings, but I mean, like I said, I want to Kit Bash the Norm Assimilator with a Hive Tyrant and give that wings and make my own custom Hive Tyrant. I need to add some water to my wet palette. Can I do that without spilling a bunch of stuff? Yeah, when I Kit Bash that Hive Tyrant to the Assimilator, it's going to. The words are escaping me. It's getting late, but yeah. Oh, you're still here, Dorzo. I thought you left a little while ago. Yeah, the Hive Tyrant is smaller than the Norn emissary and assimilator. So I have to use some green stuff, I think, to get things to fit right. But I also want to magnet together so I can use a regular assimilator with when I play. God, you gotta sit around for 8 more hours at your job. If only you had something to do. Oh, that green's gonna look so nice. Oh, okay. Well, noted. I'm unskippable cutscene, an 8-hour cutscene of just work. Well, I'm glad I could take up some of your time here and entertain you for a little bit. But yeah, as I was saying earlier, I have a Discord completely free for the community if you want to join and meet everyone here. If you are a crafter or a hobbyist, you can share your creations and what you do. It is completely free. I also have a Ko-fi link that's spelled Kofi. That if you want to donate to the channel, everything goes to the channel to support it and help upgrade it for the future. But there's no need for that. Just having you here chatting and hanging out is more than enough. What did Dave say? Dave said, I've got a couple of Condemptor Dreadnoughts on the way. Thinking of one of these Vexiles I'm not using could have some nice decorative wings. Ooh. That'd be interesting. I do want to get a Venerable Dreadnought, I think it is. I'm trying to think of the one that the Custodes use. I want to get some like Custode Dreadnoughts, at least like one or two, just to have it for the collection. I like this little bit of green. This is quite a nice contrast to the blue and dark brown that we've had. Just this bright green. Then we'll connect to Juggernaut. It's actually, yes, I know it's a Horus Heresy thing. It's just not sold at my local Warhammer store or my local gaming store. So I have to try and find it. Oh yeah. I mean, if it's anything the Custodes are using, it's much better than what the Imperium is like going to be using. There is a bit of art, and this was like a custom piece of art that I've seen. It's based off when the traitors were getting rid of the loyalists in their army. And it's a picture of a dreadnought holding another space marine. It's a Death Guard one. And I just like the head of that dreadnought personally. I think it's a really cool head model, but I don't know if it's a regular one that they make. I apologize, I had that too far off the camera. I should hold it like that. Because for me, this is where I'm seeing it. And it was off camera for you guys. I do know 30K is its own thing. It's also just really expensive. I'm going to look up the Contemptor one, because I'm probably thinking of the Forge World one more than I am the... Yeah, I'm thinking of like the giant Guardian Spear one. You know, I'll see if they have a Contemptor Dreadnought at my game store. They might actually have one. Fuck, I might even just use that in my normal 40K games. The heads are a little bit weird, but I might do something different. But damn, are they cool. Yeah. For some reason, I was confusing it with, like, the box chunky one. Not the new one that came out, but, like, an older box chunky one. I do like the Redemptor and Brutalis Dreadnoughts. Brutalis a little bit more. But... I gotta say, just a giant robot walking around is so cool. At some point, I have a Canis Rex model that I need to... Not need. I want to build and paint. But I'm not sure what army I'd run it with, or how I would go about doing that. I don't know how I convince myself to build all that stuff. I have the model. It's sitting in the shelf. But I just need to, like, go around and build it. I'm just reading what Titans had to say. I should do this with a little bit of a smaller brush. Now the brain parts here is kind of wish I had a contrast paint. That's what I'm trying to say. I wish I had a contrast paint. No, don't do that to yourself. I feel like if you buy one Doriso, I'm gonna have to buy myself one now, and I don't want to buy myself one yet. Not saying I wouldn't, because I will admit, I have the Imperial Agent Codex. It is a... Actually, no, that and the Space Wolves. I have both those codexes, but they're not in my library yet. I have a Death Watch kill team, which is Imperial Agents. I wanted to run that with, like, any of my armies. And I have an Inquisitor. Yeah, just breathing that copium. Let it sit there. Just let it sit there and not do anything with it. It has been... Oh, God, I'm trying to remember when I had snow on the ground up here. It has been... Six months. God, has it really been 6 months? No, it's been 4 months, and I've had models sitting in my GW shopping cart, and I haven't bought them yet. You can do it as well. They can sit there and be dust. They'll be there later. They'll always be there. Unless it's 30 years in the future and GW has gone bankrupt. I'm looking at this through the camera. That is such a good contrast. This is just the first layer of green I'm going to do too. Damn, I need to add some more water to get this really kind of wet, like as wet as I want it to be. Yes, yes you do, Dave. You don't have to tell me. My pile of shame is large. I know that green. I really like that green. I think the green was a good choice. it's just you have a very dark brown and a very dark blue body, so any sort of bright color just kind of catches it. Oh, I did name this model too. So if I ever do a campaign game, I'm naming this guy Stratus Rex because it reminds me of a Stratosaurus, and it stands on two legs like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yeah, Dorzo, you got plans this weekend already of like what you want to paint. You don't need another model to paint. You don't need another unit. Now, if you bought it and sent it to me, that's a different story. I'm joking. Don't actually do that. But what about next weekend? Hey, no. Remember, you got a trip coming up, man. You got a trip coming up. You got to save your money. Oh, yeah. I think, like, 3,000 points is way too many. I say that, though. I'm pretty sure I'm sitting on 4,000 with some armies. I need some actual... My paint water is too nasty looking. I don't want to add that to my green. I want to get that green... This is when I wish I had a green contrast paint! I usually play with like 1,000 or 2,000 points. This is kind of where I stand. Sorry, I'm just snapping on something real quick. I could keep going. I know I can keep going. But it's almost 11 o'clock where I am, and I have work tomorrow, and I should really go to bed. Okay. As much as I don't want to, I'm going to call it here for the night. I actually got what I wanted completed. It's not perfect, but I'm happy with the progress. I want to thank you all for joining me and being a part of it. Dorzo, I hope you get some rest as well. And I look forward to seeing what you get done. If you are interested in being here for the next stream, this week is a special week. Normally I do Tuesdays and Saturdays from 6 to 10. This week you're getting 3 from me. We are doing Tuesday, which is today, from 6 to 10. And we're doing Thursday and Friday from 6 to 10. I think Friday is going to be a gaming stream, though, not a painting stream. So it'll be a little bit different, but it depends on my mood. And we're doing that because I'm going to a Ren Fair on Saturday to go hang out with friends. So, if you want to be around for that, like and subscribe and all that, and you'll be notified the next time that I'm live. And, yeah, if you want to be a part of the community, you're more than welcome to join the Discord. It is an open place for people to hang out and chat and share their other hobbies and interests. And if you want to help support the channel some more, feel free to donate to the coffee. But there's no need to. Just having you here as well, liking and supporting and chatting is more than enough as well. But if you do, anything that you donate goes right into the channel and upgrades it for next time. So, go out there and make something awesome. I know you will.